It's Saturday. Well, I'm gonna heal. I actually like healing more than DPS because shit doesn't live long enough for you to do any damage as Shadow, and it's annoying like tab dotting and all that stuff. Like, really just AoE. But healing is more fun because people always take damage, so. Oh, it's the same guy, Rage It, from the other day. Looks like they're doing Serpentine at 8 in the morning on a Saturday. I guess so. Was this the guy that was just over there farming? The same exact gear and all that? Maybe not. But whatever. I'm really trying to do Shadow Lab sometime today so I can get my Karazhan attunement done, and then tomorrow do a pickup group Karazhan for my mage or my priest, and try to get some purples. And then by the time Black Temple launches, I should have all the attunements done, and then I can either possibly get enough pickup groups doing SSC and TK to have good enough gear to do Black Temple on one of these two guilds possibly, and then hello. I don't necessarily need to be trying to do 4 days of raiding. It's a bit too much, but hopefully soon I won't have the time to do any of this shit really. Is the goal. That's the plan, I hope. Fucking be too busy to play World of Warcraft. That'd be great. The only thing that's, and I just say that like, well, this is good at distracting. If you've seen what I would be doing if I weren't playing it, I would be sitting here scrolling through TikTok for hours, looking for, trying to read the tea leaves about shit, and there's a quest guy at Stone, and there is one in the middle of the entrance. Can you share it? We've got 4 people here. And then Felix won. Cat. He's a cat. Where is he? Can you zone in? Emilio. I still don't have prayer of shadow protect shadow thing and all that. Our tank is level 69. Oh shit. Is prot Yikes. Two prot paladins? God damn it. He's got an AoE farming spec, which is not necessarily great for group DPS. No, if I can go with it, then whatever. We can also sheep. We can also sheep one of these things too. Oh man, oh man. I should have marked the right target, but still. Wish I could spend more time fucking dispelling, but this guy's gear's made of cardboard. Those are rough. So the guy tanking is... I don't even know which one of them is... Why not just let the level 70 guy tank? I guess he's got more defense or something. It depends if his spec made sense. I'm like, what are you telling me he can't have a goddamn... But he's half holy, half prot. He's like a... Or half prot, half red. He's like an AoE farming spec, so I don't know what you tell the guy. Whatever. This is rough, man. It really is. As long as these people in my guild are on the same page, dude, I'm not gonna like, if I find out like I sit here and waste all my time with people like they're not on the same page, it's gonna frustrate the shit out of me. You know what I mean? Because I've been, like I said, I have to just hope that they're in on the thing, really, because shit, dude, getting passed over on everything. I've been here the longest. I've attended the most raids. I've been the most consistent, one of the most consistent players in our entire guild, right? And then even all the shit stacked against me the other day. Got top damage on a few fights, right? Would have been top damage on like 6 out of 10 of the fights, right? And I'm like, okay, well, I have to hope that there's like, it's that, what do you call it? Like unfathomable level of just self non awareness, whatever, just kind of thing. I'm like, for them to have just passed over me on all the shit, right? Time and time again, and then like forget, like I was the guy that we couldn't even do all this shit for a month before any of these other guys joined the guild, right? That was like, they say the reason why I joined. I'm like, well, I joined before that actually, but the only person that had the gear to tank the first fight in Gruul. I'm like, yeah, I guess it's convenient now that we don't necessarily need all that. And I'm not like, well, you know, that's what you're supposed to do. And like, I'm not complaining about doing what I'm supposed to be doing, but like that should still, I mean, like that counts. It should count towards something, you know. And like you would think that kind of thing. Like that is what I'm supposed to do, though. That's the thing. I'm like, I'm not complaining about doing what I'm supposed to do, but it's also like, well, I would hope it would be reciprocal. You know, I hope you would hope it would be reciprocal. Is all that we were all on the same page, and I think these things are bug evaded or whatever. These things are glitched. Oh, there we are. Never mind. You know, I'm not, but I just, it's so far though, like, it still frustrates me. You know, it still frustrates the shit out of me. That's all. The fact that I'm even competing at this point is, I guess it should mean something. When I added up some of the shit the other day, I'm sitting there thinking like Resto Shaman. I'm like, yeah, like quite literally, the mana back from a Shadow Priest on some of the fights is 2 to 3 times as much MP5, right? Not to mention sacrificing 3% crit, 3% hit, and sometimes 1/3 to half of the mana back from a Shadow Priest. And when I looked up what our Shadow Priest does as far as damage is concerned and his uptime on Vampiric Embrace or whatever it was, right? Whichever one, Vampiric Touch rather, like on a fight like Kael'thas, I'm expected to receive like 8.5 to like 9.1 on a low estimate amount of mana back from the damage that the Shadow Priest does, right? On a fight like that though, the mana tide's only 1 proc, 5 minutes, right? So I think we kill it faster and just in time to have one one mana tide, which is because he doesn't mana tide on the pull. That's like 24% of my mana bar, which is like 3,000 mana versus like 9, so sometimes 2 to 3 times as much mana. I'm like trying to keep up with that is rough, with considering I need it to do damage. There might be more to it than that, but was that an upgrade over my Epoch Mender? 227 and 46 Spirit. Yeah, that is. That 46 Spirit's got to be. That's the one you see everybody wearing. I'm not dealing with these retards right now. I don't know what is even going on here. What type of fucking debate are we having with these people? These fucking taco vendors. Get these taco vendors out of our group, dude. This shit is obnoxious. Fuck. Getting silenced was lame. Orgle, Siren, whatever. Just one of the casters. I don't know which one we want to try and kill first, but oh, wrong person. Derp. Anyway, good resheep. Good resheep. Channel's L-E or E? I never can't remember how to spell that fucking word. All these years you think you'd have it figured out. Good, because I've been rolling on this other guy. I'm pissed when this guy, DPS, I don't know what the fuck. He wants all the proc gear, he wants all the fucking tank gear. Yeah, I don't know what to do with it. He's red pal. I don't understand. Get a fucking translator. Translator. Oh, fucking slow bird. Fucking slow bird. Oh, anyway. Well, um, well, Jerry, is there any way on Earth that you can invite me to your Shadow Steam Vaults group? And there we go. How did you know my name was Jerry? I could tell by your name tag. The amazing Randy. The amazing Randy. Do another Steam Vaults. I like doing Steam Vaults, dude. I've had my fill of fucking Botanicas and Arcatraz. It's like the only thing people want to run for whatever reason. I am stuffed to the rafters with Chat GPT Opus 5.6. It's my favorite AI. Chat GPT, right? Everything becomes a goddamn Wayne's World Coke commercial, Doritos commercial, Nike pumps, Doritos, right? That was sort of the joke earlier, but the thing is, all these people signed to do open weights or whatever on AI. Like, there's like 3 spots left open. Rondo, Dave and Buster's, McDonald's, and what was the other thing? Doritos. Oh, WWE Wrestling, right? Sponsored by, right? Sponsored by WWE Wrestling. Everything's a car commercial at some point in time. We're doing Steam Vaults, right? Ah, my hair's all over the place. I'm not trying to win any beauty contests. Wait, are you Ethereum? Are you Ethereum right now? Yeah, I added it all up the other day. I'm thinking like what amounts to taking all offset pieces, keeping the 2-piece set bonus is like 2 spell damage. But I didn't look at all the options, right? But I think the helmet is the best helmet you can get, and that's the biggest stat upgrade over any of the tier pieces. So no amount of moving the tier 5 pieces around is going to give you the enough spell damage to get rid of the 4-piece. Because you think it's like, well, every time you crit, you're like, yeah, you crit, you know, probably it's up almost the entire time. So we won't be breaking the 4-piece set bonus until we can get at least, say, 40 damage passive from Black Temple upgrades, right? And you probably won't get that in just one upgrade, so you have to like get a piece or two a year that is going to be like a downgrade for like a week, and then they get the next upgrade, and then you have enough to break the 4-piece. And I have to figure out exactly how much damage do you need to justify breaking the 2-piece for fire, because as soon as you drop the 2-piece for arcane, you should probably spec fire if I had to guess. And that being said, the entire time I raided last time at level 70, my mage was arcane fire, so it had oh, if I'm looking at the wrong tree, but either way, it had clear casting, not icy veins, and icy veins would be a shitload more damage. And on Brutalis, our very first kill on it was like 22 or 2300 DPS, so I know having a whole bunch of upgrades in Arcane, by the time I get there again, but think like with Icy Veins, better raid composition, so on and so forth, I'm like, yeah, it stands to reason that I might be able to spec fire at some point in the future, which would be awesome. It's my favorite spec. I hate playing Arcane. Arcane's super lame. We did, I forget how much DPS. 'Cause I remember Brutalis, I looked forward to it so much because it was like another, another patchwork, and I got fucked over on patchwork the first time, so this should go smoother without that retarded guy. Fuck. Good advantage, though. Wow, wish I were more. I was about to get a drink of coffee. I wish I were more talkative. I'm kind of tired. Slept like 1,000 hours yesterday. Oh. Fitzgerald Kennedy. Alfred Fitzgerald Kennedy. Sucks is they fucking did an upgrade like a month ago and they still have yet to get all the add-ons working again. Like just last week on Bash, all the fucking damage meters screwed up. Like not the damage meter, well, they screwed up too. And my whole user interface fucked up. I'm like having to reload my UI in the middle of the fight and everything. Lame, super lame. Like right in the like as right as we pulled my raid bars disappeared, like everything on my screen pretty much other than my buttons. I'm like, well, it's gonna be tough to figure out where one of these guys is and throw the fucking ball to him. Oh man, I wish you would have done that. I don't have any mana potions. You know how many times this week I tried to go buy goddamn mana potions? I used them all? But I can't just fucking see the things? Son of a bitch. I'm trying to heal you. I don't have a mana potion or anything. Do I not have a mana potion in my bag somewhere? Really? I could have sworn one of those people. Oh, there they are. Derp. Another gen bot. Oh, they're not okay. They're not the same ones. Yeah, that was rough. Either way, I could have dispelled the druid quicker, but get enough shit going on. Got enough shit going on, basically, right? S tier gamers. Yeah, or if I can pay attention to where the druid is here and that guy. Really, I know dispelling is like really the only two you need to worry about is them two, but really, you know, sometimes you clicking where you get into a clicking rampage, get clicking. Oh, let me get. Wait, let me buff. You get bloodthirsty. Once I start clicking, I just can't stop myself. Once I get to clicking, it's like I get a taste for blood. I can't stop clicking. Once I start clicking, there's no going back. I can't stop myself. It's like a blood frenzy. What are you guys doing there? Oh, you guys are doing that. Let me, well, I'll wait here because I don't feel like going swimming right now. It sucks that I need that key for the quest, but it's one quest and another, so I have to get the Shadow Labs key first, and nobody's running Shadow Labs. I fucking tried. I don't think that makes you go any quicker. Gotta make my eggs and tuna here in a minute. Fuck. Stay out of the. Stay out of it. Stay out of that thing. Was that Druid standing in the tornado thing or whatever? I think what's that thing called? Cloak of. I already got like so many of these goddamn cloaks. Whatever. Oh. Give me just a minute for a mana bar. This is your Saturday too, man. If it's raining, I like it when it rains outside. I saw a video, a place I would love to live, dude. Just a nice apartment somewhere that overlooks like the bay or water of some sort, right? The cityscape, and like I just love fucking sitting there looking at the world, letting them see my wiener, and you know, that kind of stuff. The thing is though, is that like when you sit, like the guy had set up a big bay, open bay window to look at the river wherever it was, and had his gaming set up there. I'm like, how cool would that be just to sit there and like watch like the storm roll in while you fucking play video games, just relax. Something about a storm that just does it for me. Not every day, but you know, every now and again you're like, you know what I mean? It's like God's way of saying, hey, just stay home today. You know, don't really do nothing. I kind of like those days, like snowstorms too. I'm like, you mean to tell me I've got like I don't have to feel guilty about being a lazy bum for one day, right? I'm like, I've got no choice, right? I'm like, yes. Yeah, because Because at the end of the day, like wild horses keep me from doing this shit. It takes more than wild horses, really. So unless I can't fucking do this shit, and I'm like, when those days happen, I'm like, oh, thank God, dude. Like, I really need a break. You know, I really need a day off. And yeah. Here's the thing, though. Something interesting to think about is whether or not these people know that, and whether or not they do or don't. But like, honestly, I need to find some people online that I can trust. You know what I mean? Trust to keep a secret. Trust to keep things hush hush. Trust just in general, like people that I can go to online. Like I don't know what their skill set consists of or whatever, and that's not necessarily what's important. You know, a lot of you tell by gamers, you know, like smart guys that get shit. Um, and can learn is more important. Like someone that I can trust that doesn't know shit that can learn is more important than an expert that'll fucking lie to me all day. You know what I mean? I don't care if you got a doctorate or whatever. Finding people you can trust online is like the most, especially in crypto. And I don't know if these guys are crypto people or not, but um, like my original guild leader, the fucking the grit and determination that that guy had. I say I look up to him more than about anybody on planet Earth, pretty much. A guy named Taz, because he was like raided fucking 40 hours a week all the time. Never missed a raid, never wiped a raid, always did the best. He was our main tank, our raid leader, our guild leader. You know, the guy did fucking everything. You know what I mean? And I'm like, super smart guy. I believe he was a coder, programmer, developer, or something. Had afforded himself a few years off to just play WoW after developing a piece of software or something, I believe is what he said. Um, and I still look up to the guy more than anything because the way he handled everything. And like, I learned more from watching that guy raid lead than I did all my years in school, all my years in prison, all my years of adulthood and everything. Just by like how to treat people, how to engage people, when's the appropriate time to um, raise your voice, all that stuff, and like what shit you do and don't tolerate. You know, like a really good teacher, you know, the guy was. And he wasn't doing that for me. He was doing that for everybody else. I just happened to be there. And I took note of it, dude. The guy had more of an impact on me than any other living individual, period. Seeing how he raid leaded and stuff. I never met another guy like him ever since then. You know what I mean? I haven't met another person that quite had it like he did, you know, as far as, but I was impressionable and stuff, and just, uh, it's very likely though that he's like a one of a kind guy. So the type of guy, like, I know in the future I'll eventually figure out. I've got his YouTube account and all that stuff, and I've reached out to him a few years ago and said, hey, and our old raid leader too, and they were like, oh cool, you know, hadn't seen you in a while. Yeah, fucking life's been cruel, to say the least. Life's been not so good to me so far. That's why I haven't been here for the last 15 years or whatever. So I like to get the guys eventually and touch base with them and see what they're up to. Smart guys, dude. The type of people in those days, like the dedication it took to be a raid leader, like the shit today. Are you kidding me? You cannot find those people today. Period. I guarantee it. They get 40 people to bash their head against the wall for 4 or 5 hours a night, 6 or 7 days a week. We were doing this shit every goddamn evening. How do you even find 40 people that don't have the fucking shit to do? You know what I mean? So you can imagine the type of people that don't normally have shit to do all day are the type of people that are probably less than regular level of intellect or ambition. So there's a divisive amount of like skill. You know, there's a skill deficit because you're like, well, normally the people that just sit on their ass all day and play video games are like fucking retarded. You know, the people that can afford to do it are usually on like some sort of government assistance or whatever, and usually that is an indicator. Say usually, but you know, more often than regular is an indicator of somebody that might just be less than ambitious, not necessarily somebody that's like actually suffering from a disability or whatever. Popular, unpopular, true opinion, whatever. Welfare queens and shit that want to sit and play video games all day. Right. which I'm not dogging on anybody that's sick or anything, and has to stay home or has a real reason to sit there and be on disability or whatever. But if you're gonna sit there and soak government paychecks, like I've met plenty of people that just pretend to be sick because it's like, well, the government gives me a check for it, and I get to play video games all day, and yeah. So either way though, like, so there's always a skill deficit when it comes to that kind of thing. Like there's always a group of guys that are like, well, we like Taz. He's like, I wrote a piece of software and now I'm kind of retired, but in a state of in between employment and shit. He's like, and then you have the people that are shitty, and like the other people that can afford to play WoW 40 and 50 hours a week are more often than not like on food stamps and don't really try in life. And you're like, okay, so your rate is half composited of some of the smartest and best players on the planet, and the other half are full-blown retarded. Is essentially what it boils down to. Derp. Can I get a summon? Fuck. Speaking of which, I think it's a run back. Hold on a second. It's gonna be a minute. I should have jumped off the edge to begin with. It's scary down here. Fuck. Is there any way out of here? There has to be. We get to talking. Anyway, whatever. But that's the thing, right? So let's doing that. This is for example reasons. This is what not to do. I'm making an example guide of what not to do. Yeah, so the thing I learned then was like, if I can find people that have that amount of determination in a video game, then I can figure out something for them to do where I reside, which is, crypto and video games and stuff, right? Eventually. Not yet, obviously, but I'm sitting there thinking like, the shit that like had I just had some people that were not to say just like, hey, do what you're told kind of thing, but people that are honest, people that I can trust to do the right thing. There's a ramp. Water. Oh, is he gonna give me water walking? Is that where it is? I haven't played Tomb Raider before. Is that where it is, really? I looked right there and said, oh, it's one of them optical illusions. It's like you see there's a sailboat or a schooner. Right. Anyway. Right. Okay, so you get the point, though. Do I have to say anything else? You guys get the point? Are you challenging me to a death match? Yeah, but that's the thing is like, what someone can or can't learn, versus it's just helpful. Yeah, but don't go running off the edge. Don't go chasing waterfalls either. Go chasing waterfalls. fucking hungry. Yesterday I had my chicken spaghetti stuff, and I think if I have another box of noodles, I'll probably eat that again today. Looked up, noodles are like super low glycemic index compared to freshly cooked white rice and all that. But that's the point. So, like, the guys I need to eventually get in touch with, eventually, I don't know what or when, about what, but exactly. I'm like, that fucking guys proved to me 20 years ago that the type of guys just never give up on anything, always know what they're doing, show up all the time, try hard, disciplined, honest, you know, like, the type of important stuff. It's like, yeah, you can't necessarily ask somebody and get that kind of honest response in a job interview, can you? You're going to get a biased response. Yeah, I'm the most, as the guy's shoveling staplers and shit in his pants. Yeah, I'm like the most honest guy I know, right? Stuff, papers, fucking paper clips. Leave the room, the guy's coffee mug disappears. All my friends say, right? It's helpful to know which one of these spheres. Wouldn't it be great if they had an add-on, like when you mouse over somebody, it tells you what their abilities are? Like these, it tells you like right down here in the bottom right corner, Coil Fang Myrmidon, and it says like Mortal Strikes, Fears, Death Coils, you know. Because like I always forget which thing fears out of all these things. They all look the same, you know. You know, like Mortal Strike, Knockback, Silence. You know what I mean? Oh, okay. Well, that's helpful to have. Tricked him into sapping and sheep and sap or sheep, and then switched the thing right there. That's funny. You guys ever see that boat that Conor McGregor has? It has like, it's like a Porsche, like a fucking actual Porsche boat. This new tap and hold image to see kind of trend. I guess my screen resolution settings are different. It doesn't seem to be working. Didn't see the other sheep there. Yeah, I gotta go AFK and cook breakfast after this. Really? I'll be right back. Is it me you're looking for? Got one group doing Shadow Labs. Come on now. What's crazy is if you look at it from like a raw damage statistic thing, like at the end of it, lightning capacitor still just might be the best trinket for the shit. You know what I mean? You think crit wise, right? Lightning capacitor. My hands smell like tuna and eggs, so trying to lick them. Trying to lick them, you know. What I read the other day is that South Korea has some of the highest sodium intake of any culture on the planet. And it's because of kimchi, which is like their fermented cabbage and all that stuff with radishes and everything else. But they don't suffer from blood pressure issues like the United States does. I'd say on average the 4,000 milligram a day sodium diet, but it's like 80% of that comes from just this one dish that they eat, right? And they said the reason why it doesn't affect their blood pressure is because there's a balance between sodium and potassium. And one of them causes you to retain water in your blood or whatever, to retain water or muscles or whatever it is. And the other causes you to not retain water. And so if you have a good balance of potassium and sodium, it supposedly is supposed to help the overall load on your system from it. So I got that potassium salt, and that reduces my sodium, increases my potassium, and then puts my sodium within a range that is not the dietary standard, but also not so elevated that it should cause an issue ever or whatever. 3,000, 3,200 milligrams of this shit a day. Yeah, I mean, that's probably more, but the thing is, when I looked at the shit the other day, I'm like, I don't know if anyone on Earth, at least in America, that doesn't eat at least 2,300 grams or milligrams of salt or sodium a day. Just because, like, how much they put on food, like, anywhere and everywhere you go, unless you prepare all your own stuff. And even if you prepare all your own stuff, there's still a lot of it. So, I guess decrease the overall load it has on your system by supplementing enough potassium. I'm DPSing. Yeah, I keep forgetting to get that goddamn. Whatever. The thing is, getting to eat like when I'm bulking and stuff, like 4,000 and 5,000 calories a day. Still only being able to eat so much sodium is like a nightmare. Then again, sweating more and all that stuff, you probably need more electrolytes. So 6-7. That's the answer. Wait, are you serious? He laughing at me. At the end of the day, I'll probably find out that all these guys that I said I used to raid with all work for Blizzard, which is why they always have these weird like, cartoon character voices and sound like the guy that did the voiceover for the Firebat in StarCraft was like my best friend for years growing up. And I'm like, you don't think it's weird that all these guys sound like fucking people that did voices on StarCraft? Really? They were probably all work for Blizzard. Bunch of dicks. Like, yeah, we all just, yeah, no, we're all welfare queens. Whatever you said, that's the answer, kid, right? Whatever you said is the answer. What story are you buying, right? You fucking people. You deserve to be in internet jail. You know that? I did think it was like, years later, I'm like, I didn't even realize it, dude. One of my best friends on WoW, I'm like, that guy sounds a lot like the guy that did the voiceover for the Firebat in StarCraft. I'm pretty sure it was him. I'm almost certain it was, actually. Yeah, funny goddamn cartoon voices and stuff. I'm like, why do you guys sound so weird? Right? Even one of the guilds I joined, when I joined drama, that was the thing. Like, although I had a high voice because I was like 15 years old or whatever, but one of the guys goes, "Wait, we have a guy that joined the guild and he's got like a totally normal voice. He doesn't sound like a vampire or like someone from Brazil or like a, I'm not the only one that noticed that at some point in time, when you played World of Warcraft, everybody had like a not like a voice changer, but they masked their voice somehow, I guess, or whatever. It all sounded weird. Like it was hard to find just like normal people. It really was. But I do think there comes a day where Discord has an option for you to buy voice packs. You know what I mean? The thing is you shouldn't be able to tell if somebody else is using it or not, like a voice changer. I know there are probably people that can do it by routing their thing to their sound card or whatever and filtering it, but I'm sure they've done it before. You don't think it's weird that your one of your best friends playing WoW growing up sounded just like the guy that did the voiceover work for the Firebat in StarCraft? Sure did too. I'm pretty sure it was him. All these years later, I'm like, piece of shit together. Fort. God damn it. Do you guys think I'm funny? Do you at least think I'm cute? Most importantly, funny. You guys at least think I'm cute? I saw the propane tank yesterday. It was a kind of a strange story. Just another one of these weird things. I've never met. I've met in my entire life. I've only ever met one other guy named Chuck. Right? Maybe two and happened passing. Whatever the fucking weirdest thing ever though. So I've been trying to sell a propane tank off of on Amazon Marketplace or whatever the fuck it's called, or Facebook Marketplace for like a while, just to clear out the garage and make a few extra dollars or whatever. Apparently, this guy saw the ad that was posted. This might not seem like anything to anybody else, but it's the type of like pay attention. I mean, it's just the type of shit I pay attention to, whatever. And then I see on the news this guy named Chuck, the guy that created the movie The Mask, died, right? And like an hour later, a guy named Chuck, I've only ever met maybe one for sure, or two Chucks ever in my entire life, shows up at my front door. He goes, "Hey, I'm here to buy that here to buy that propane tank you're selling." I'm like, that's a bit weird. That's just a little weird, wouldn't you say? You don't think that kind of thing is odd, really? Anyway, well, I hope he got to heaven. I think he did. Only does make sense, I guess. Yeah, I'm like shitty AoE damage for like anything more than one ad. But the thing about a priest, Shadow Priest, is like you're really only there to do moderate damage and try and provide your raid group with as much mana as possible. That's like what's what you're supposed to do. Maximize damage and mana battery output. Don't worry about all the other shit. That's not what your class does, so. Fuck. So on that fight, I did 36,000 damage. 2% of that. No, it's 5%. So all the numbers I added up earlier was only 2%. So 8,800 mana, like 9,200 mana on, wow. Yeah, I don't even have my final point in shadow yet. So no, it's more like, you get like 20,000 something mana or some shit from that, then yeah, no, crazy. Yeah, there should be no way on earth, dude. A mana tide totem is not as good as a shadow priest, period. Yeah, do you know how much mana per 5 you need? Dude, the fucking thing, I'm looking at it right now. 5% of your damage. So the thing I looked up might have been like a nerf or one stat point or something, but I looked it up the other day, dude. I only added up 2%. So on like a, yeah, that's insanity, dude. I should, the amount of more damage I could do with a Shadow Priest, given this like last few, like Sexton, unstable currents and all that shit, dude. I'm telling you. I should be doing a whole bunch of damage. What sucks though is like they all got prio on the first drops. Now what I fear happens now is I get a Nexus key or a Fang Leviathan sometime between now and the next phase. And they go, well, didn't you just like get a weapon the other day? Psych, right? Fucking hand it to me and then jerk the thing away. Like, are you fucking kidding? That's what the guy did the other day. He really did. Grats, Wonka. I'm like, oh, cool. It means I get the fucking staff. No, you get the here. Just like, here's my poop. Here, figure out what to do with it. Oh, are you sure? Right. But then again, like it's only fair. You guys got the first drops on the last weapons. Can we let Raffle Ugly Face and Iwonka get the next weapons? That'd be awesome. I'd appreciate it. That's only fair, sort of. Sort of. I'm still pissed about it. Because between now and then, right? Oh, but then again, I might just get. I've tried to justify this line of reasoning like over and over again, and each time I'm like, oh well, maybe they're just no, maybe no, no. Spike the fucking volleyball in my face and everything. No, denied. You're an idiot. They hate you. Don't be a fool. They're all gonna laugh at you. the fucking... Why did I click all that? Anyway. Ain't that goddamn Shadow Priest debuff tracker. I think you can fucking put on more spell damage. See, that's what I was trying to tell the other guy. I'm like, until you know, like, until your defense captain or whatever the fucking thing might be. I know defense cap at levels, like right at 70s, maybe not reasonable, but socket for stam, not spell damage. Like, worry about that shit when you get to, like, Gruul and all that. But he was just there to fucking antagonize. I gotta tell you though, some of these things people are talking about are interesting. That I can say. I think these are things probably like, in an applicational sense, like, awesome idea, but crypto like is not necessarily the place for that kind of thing. You know what I mean? Not to say like don't do it here. I just mean that like, it's like a very good idea. I think elsewhere, you know, like in an actual, like in a technical sense, right? And I don't know enough about some of these things to say where it does or doesn't exist in a prior, you know, like someone's like, oh, well, we already have this thing, you just don't know, right? Whatever. But I don't know. I'm not an expert. I'm trying to learn though. Now I have a few things I need to research based on it, right? And from what I can come up with so far is it's pretty cool. I think it's more of a technical thing than it is like, how do we use this to develop a meme coin, or how do we use this to do this or that? I'm like, it's like, you know what I mean? And I don't know for sure. They might already have a solution for the thing that I'm talking about. But interesting, super interesting, just like kind of thing, you know. I don't know, when is it appropriate to cancel a Mind Flay channel to put on another dot? Do you always let your thing full channel? I should ask Bitters, he probably knows. I saw the other day, dude, when we did Kale Thos, Bitters had an 86% parse, and so did I. We were the top 2 parses in our guild. So he's going to be the guy I go to for Shadow Priest advice, because shit, dude, 86 is a Shadow Priest is pretty good. If I remember correctly, he's like relatively under-geared still compared to like some of the other Shadow Priests. Which 86% is my highest parse since Karazhan. The only difference, and I didn't have a Shadow Priest, dude. How nuts is that? I didn't have a fucking Shadow Priest on all that. I'd have had a 90 something. For sure, all day I would have had a 90 parse. With the 3% crit, 3% hit, and a Shadow Priest, dude, all day. which is relatively difficult to do considering I don't have 10% extra intellect. It would be more difficult to do as an undead, but mana back as a blood elf I think is better than 10% spirit. Really, I have to add it all up. I don't think 10% spirit because like barely any of my wrong character. The mana per 5 from spirit for a mage is not as good as XYZ or whatever. It might be better. Like I don't think it amounts to more than 1,000 or whatever. But I have to look it up and see based on the boss fight or whatever. Because blood elves have that thing where they charge 3 times and they get 1,000 or 1,100 mana back or whatever. But in order, troll, gnome, and then like human or blood elf, and then undead. Is there anything else? As far as like what their DP, like the parses should look like. Are you challenging me to a deathmatch? He's got Death Dealer's shoulders. Fuck. I need a goddamn weak ores that shows me the timers on all these things. They don't just have a Shadow Priest add-on? Really? I do have that on my bar. Let's mass dispel. Can I just mass dispel as holy or shadow? Crazy. So save that so when we get mind controls later and all that. Wait. Oh, we're only doing the first? God damn it, I need this for Kara attunement. Son of a bitch, dude. Shit. Fuck me running. It's all good. Well, I do need the rep, man, so... Wait, is it Lower City? Shadow Labs, Shadow Labs. I do need to remember to get mana pots, so. Oh, wait, what's this shit? There's a quest out here. Oh, shit. The quest. There's like a. I'd probably do more damage as holy if we AoE pull. Anyway. I do need Revered, and once I get Revered, I can do Heroic. I don't think any Heroic group's going to want to bring me, considering my, well, I don't know, damage is different. Probably can't heal. Maybe I can, I don't know. Depends on how much gear the tank has. I'd probably do better at healing, actually. Derp. That's my bad. I didn't think that those guys were alive still. It does speed things up, but you know, it's like, yeah, it speeds things up, but sometimes, you know, people might not appreciate it. Not that's what I meant to do there. I meant to fear it, yeah, but I didn't think that those things were alive. It was the last instance we killed them already. So I'm almost revered already, which means I can start farming badges, which once I can do heroics, dude, this shit will be like way more fun. This is the part that's like the shittiest. Yeah, 5% mana back on damage, dude. On Kael'thas, with the damage that he did, oh my god. That would have been like 2 entire mana bars full. Like, I looked it up the other day, it was like 8,800 to 9,200 mana back on that fight, and that was a low ball estimate, assuming that um, that only 400,000 of his 430,000 damage had a vampiric touch up instead of vampiric touch. And there's a high likelihood that it was more than that. And that being said, that times 2, and then another half of a times is a bunch. And I still top damage, so that'll be fucking awesome. And the thing is, I never did that much damage on that fight before. I got that new trinket, and voila, all of a sudden. I gotta find out what combination is the best, but in all honesty, if I get a new setup and all that shit, dude, and really just the stress, I might try and grind Gladiator next season or whatever after this. If I get to the catch my stride and all that stuff, but I don't really want to bog myself down with more like worrying right now. Yeah, I don't need to worry anymore. I done did my worrying, but it would be fun. You mean to tell me for weak ores, I have to? They say use platter for debuffs. Like, oh, god damn it, there isn't just a thing you can download. I don't have to fucking set all the stuff myself. And I don't know how to do a weak ores where it shows the debuff. I only know how to show buffs on weak ores. Options will finish loading after combat. Oh. I was like, who's gonna get the Warglaive, dude? Are they gonna give it to the, you know what I what I mean? The best person? Or are they going to make them roll in the name of fairness? Get an actual desk and a mouse and a keyboard and a desktop would be awesome. I could sit there and spam, but then I do no damage. If I sit there and spam Dispel, just get the tank. Alright, get everyone. God damn it. I should get revered, like on this one or the next one. Oh, well, Jerry. Fuck. Try that again. Okay. Well, I'm starting to figure out like my rotation without having to look at the thing either. Gotta get that internal clock ticking. But I'm trying to explain without, you know what I mean? My friend is exploring some very interesting things, and I just wish I knew more about what, and then thinking like, where could it be used um, if crypto isn't the place? You know what I mean? And it's not saying that it isn't. I'm just saying crypto people have a tendency to quite literally only want like one type of thing, one result. And you know what I mean? It's kind of not as helpful to focus cast on your mind play because it can't crit. So shave it for Shadow or Deaths. Fuck. Do we have a mage? We don't. I'm drinking all my water. I am now revered. Why even try? I fucking hate this fight. At least I'm now, so... Are you serious? What a nightmare. What a nightmare that fight is. Fucking annoying. Anyway. Now I can... Hearth or whatever. Take a minute or whatever. mail the key for my other character. Do I have to mail it back and forth as I use it, or can I just... Fuck. It reminds me, I gotta cook more food here in a minute. I woke up at like 5 or 6 this morning. What time is it now? 11. I've eaten, but I need to eat more. Oh. Oh, hello. Hello? Tomorrow, I think, and today's Saturday, so our guild, I think, is honestly going to have a 9-hour Lord of the Rings viewing party tomorrow. And I want to get my character attuned so I can do Karazhan instead. The Judd Apatow Director's Cut Edition, 15-hour fucking fiasco. Log out. I have to mail the character the key for my other fucking character? What a system. Why did they do that? Maybe better just to buy the thing. You know, I paid for the expensive key to mail it back and forth, but I guess in reality I haven't done a Heroic Shadow Labs in a while. And of course, the one time I log in, there's just one guy here. Oh. That's the thing, though. Of all the trinkets and stuff, I don't know what's better, the Skull of Gul'dan or the Staff off Illidan. So I have the key here. The, what is communal reservoir key, communal Arcanine key. That's what we want. Look at that there. Now I can mail this. Yeah, okay, that's, you have to mail it. What a fucked up system. Just give me the key on all my key rings is the question, or the answer. Flay Parker. I don't have the rep for the other ones, but you might as well. Well, communal Arcanine key. Oh no, that's Arcanine, Lower City. Shadow Labyrinth. No, Arcanine. And that should be the Arcanine Crypts, right? I thought there's like 2 reps there, Lower City and the other thing, but cool. Only one of the other ones I have to buy a communal version of it, but I'll have to run back and forth, like. Cool. Dungeons. Raids, dungeons. I can do heroic, can't I? Honored. Lower City is the one that I should be trying to. Why the fuck? Was there a reason why I don't have it? There was something with this last time. What was it? Like I needed to log out and log on or something? Remember last time, I'm like, why won't it let me fucking... There we go. My gear scope, this is when they go like, what's your gear? Hello. Hello, hello. Hello. Where do I go to get the... Where do I go to get a fucking... Come on, guild. No, I guess I have to queue for all this regular shit until I can get the Arcatraz, Botanica. No, I don't know where we are headed. We're headed nowhere. I cooked a good meal though. A bunch of rice, chicken, mixed vegetables, tomato sauce to make like a Spanish rice with mixed vegetables, and then chopped up chicken and let it sit and turn into like a ball. Maybe I should get rid of that. Awesome. Tastes good. It's gonna be good. Use pasta sauce instead of trying to season rice with like salts and fucking Worcestershires and all that stuff. Just 2 servings of it's like 900 grams of sodium, and that should be more than enough. The other day, 3 servings on a whole goddamn vat of pasta was like more than enough seasoning. And then trying to find, I know I said this like 2 or 3 times today, but that's what the goddamn TikTok video said. So if it's wrong, sue Kim Jong Un. That potassium and sodium balance, right? You want your blood or muscle or whatever, well, just a thing here to retain the right amount of water. And too much sodium means too much water retention, and not enough means not enough. So right now I'm sitting at like probably like 4,500 grams of potassium, milligrams, and about 3,000 milligrams of sodium. Maybe a little bit more potassium than that. Maybe a few more grams of sodium, or probably less actually. So they say breastfeeding mothers, 5,100 milligrams of potassium. So there is a risk, they say, but they don't necessarily specify at what amount of time for what duration for your kidneys if you have an abundance of potassium. But I think that when you add it to your food, if it's like the amount that you would probably get from like a supplement, you know what I mean, then it's probably not a problem. On top of like right. So we're gonna see, because they say the reason why the fucking South Koreans have apparently like no heart disease is because they have a balance of the two, not necessarily high of one and not the other. And a lot of American food, there's a baseline amount of potassium and all this shit, but when think about everything you add salt to, well, that's throwing off the potassium and sodium balance basically, and you have a natural tolerance to potassium at a slightly higher amount than sodium. You know what I mean? So not only are they adding the thing that you don't have a tolerance to all the food, you get what I'm saying? One increases blood pressure, one lowers it. So I have noticed though this last week I've been a little more lethargic, but they say that lasts for like a little while. Just like if you quit drinking caffeine, and just like when you quit drinking soda, people are like, oh yeah, I'm so depressed, I quit drinking pop, right? Or whatever. Depending on if you're retarded or not and don't say it correctly. It's soda, by the way, technically. So duh, it's not pop. Derp. Derp, just call it derp juice. Yeah, no, it's just called derp juice. Can that derp juice. Getting crunk. Derp juice. Anyway. Yeah, I hope it works. Well, I know it's working now, but I mean, long term, what I've read potentially is that the reason why I have such a hard time getting rid of my love handles is not necessarily insulin resistance, but an abundance of sodium increases your stress response, right? So if your body's in a constant state of elevated stress, then it'll trigger your fat to be stored in your midsection, and that'll also cause your cortisol to be relatively high compared to whatever. So I'm praying that after a certain amount of time of just eating less sodium, supplementing just a little bit more potassium, to have a lower overall stress response. And I've noticed some things that, this is not the right instance, I've noticed some things that seem to be getting like much better, you know, not to say like I'm sick or anything, but some things are like have been vastly, the quality of sleep that I get, less stress, you know, although I am super stressed out still. I've noticed a vast improvement over the last few days, and it's only been like 4 or 5 days now. And on a long enough timeline, we should see improvements. You say 35 is about the time where you don't necessarily have that rebound ability like you did when you were in your 20s and all that. But is it a secret? You know what I mean? That they sell a salt at Walmart that is potassium salt instead of sodium chloride or whatever, and that is like something you'd see on one of those things. The secret that the health industry doesn't want you to know about. It might be, really, honestly. It might be the advocate for it if I figure out it works. Yeah, I need to get revered so I can do heroics, but I'm gonna end up running into the people going, "What's your gear score? What's your gear score?" I'm like, oh, fucking 900. Yikes. But the thing I'm going to be researching here soon is what did he call it? Confidential computing. So there's like a whole thing I need to learn about. I'm trying to see like if I'm getting steered in towards trying to figure out a way to solve a problem in the future that I don't necessarily have all the tools equipped to do it. But I always feel myself like getting in these like I'm learning these things for a reason. I'm learning this for a reason. It might not make sense now, but I'm learning this for a reason, right? And even if all I do is pick up just like one lesson from this, then I realize that yeah, it was totally worth it. The old loot and scoot. The old loot and scoot. Not something I'm familiar with, but I know some people that I'm sure. Jujitsu is when you take everybody out to dinner and leave your checkbook at home. That's technically, that's textbook. That's a textbook jujitsu move. Joe Rogan approved and everything. Oh no, oh, the bill's on me. The bill's on me. Right, right. Oh, I left my checkbook at home. What do you know? How convenient. This is how I'm supposed to get all my rep for. I'm not even honored yet. Oh, that's right, because you only just recently started doing these where I have to fly to these places to get rep or whatever. What's crazy is I think that the Ash Tongue Exalted trinket, there's no internal cooldown, so 50% of your time, the time you crit, you get like 200. It's like almost having a passive, just a trinket with like a whole shitload of haste on it. So I'm sitting there thinking like Skull of Gul'dan, that plus the staff, and then a few haste items here and there, and socket for haste as fire, dude. Whatever, as long as you're hit capped. The only time it's more important, especially as fire too, like get your fireball down to what a frostbolt is, and then yeah, no, that's awesome. It's been forever since I've done that, so we have like almost a whole 3-4 weeks now still before it's next phase. Will probably take a week or two to clear through Illidan. I don't know how the Shadow Res farm is for that kind of thing, if there even is one, but is there like a is there like a macro for Shadow Priest, like a one button macro, or is that later that they add that for DPS? I remember correctly that they like it doesn't apply a dot unless it's not applied or something. I kind of almost don't even like using that, to be honest. I'll ask bidders though. I think I got 86% parse on KT. It's like, as a shadow priest, that's super difficult to do. Time of day where I can hardly fucking see my screen though. The sun glaring. I think this buzz thing is a bigger deal than people are making it out to be too. And I know people are making a big deal out of it, but if you think about like AI integrated plus you share the resource load from that kind of thing, and Slack is shitty, and Telegram is Telegram, and Discord is fucking lame, and a professional, semi-professional slash AI integrated thing versus like Slack is fucking terrible. And you mean to tell me like the actual like the resource load from all that's distributed? Yeah, dude, I'd be super excited about it. And since the resource load's distributed, you run I guess, what do you run, a node on your desktop or whatever, like however it works, and then your desktop computer will do the compute for your handset device and all that. And like, I don't know, it seems like a great idea. Is that how it works? Because Slack, it's always like chat programs. You always think like, well, it's just a chat program. Like after IRC, how many of these chat programs, AOL Instant Messenger, ICQ, MSN, like they're always like a big portion of the internet's traffic. Now WhatsApp is like a couple $1 billion company, so stands to reason, right, that there might be, and Slack is a huge company too. Telegram is a huge company, dude. So a chat program, like something as simple as a chat program, right? Yeah, messaging programs, right? Messenger programs, right? Are always, not to say underrated, but like well, not to say overrated either. They're financially appreciated more than you would expect from a chat program, really. Just think how much money Telegram's worth. The guy's filthy rich from Telegram, which is like, well, what was it? Well, what does Telegram do that other chat programs can't? Like, well, nothing really. Same with WhatsApp and all the other things. Like, so why are these? It's one of those things that's proven time and time again that no matter how good we think we have it with a chat program, that there's always something that comes along and is the new best chat program, right? I know it's probably like I haven't actually downloaded it, so like manage workspaces and stuff. But you would think after IRC, like what more do you really need, right? And that shit was like 30 years ago. We've seen like 15 or 20 renditions of things like IRC, different platforms, different layouts, and all that stuff, different infrastructure, whatever, different networking things, right? Like, and we continuously see one that goes, okay, well that, but nothing that different plus whatever, and then suddenly it's the most popular thing ever. Okay. Oh. No, that's not my pet. That's a druid. I've got one epic so far. That was perfect timing. What was that? As I sneezed, that guy gave me a potion. You guys don't think that's weird? The type of shit that happens to me, and people pretend like it's weird. That's not weird. Come on now, that is super weird. That guy hasn't given me a potion the entire instance, and right as I fucking sneeze, he opens tree and gives me a potion. What is going? Come on now, that's a weird. That's like my whole life is consistent of this weird shit that just everybody else seemingly just doesn't pay attention to. What do you think of that? You do it. I think we can sit there and fake a sneeze, dude. I started sneezing, had my eyes closed, and my microphone muted. And then when I sneezed, woke up, the guy had a potion in the trade window. Come on, you don't think that's weird? Shut the fuck up. Yeah, it is. This type of shit happens to me all the time. Pay attention. What type of shit makes me laugh? I have to find a Shadow Labs group, but it's fucking impossible. God damn, dude. Resist, resist, resist. What the fuck was that about? I thought it was weird this boss has my initials. This is weird, right? You think they did this shit on purpose? Probably. You mean to tell me that your best friend growing up yeah, right. Was the you didn't even notice, right? The guy sounded just like the guy. I thought maybe someone was fucking with me. I didn't notice it till years later. But I'm like, yeah, no, my best friend sounds like you don't think it's weird when all your best friends growing up on a video game that for some reason can never show you their fucking face All sound like characters from TV shows and movies that you watch. You don't think that's a little weird? Take a hint. Take a hint, guy. And if you don't believe me, it's my story. That's the story I'm telling, and I'm sticking to it. That's my interpretation of reality, and if it isn't that exactly, it is definitely something like that. I know that for a fact. And I will prove once and for all that I'm not fucking crazy. Oh, well, I guess we don't need a stand buff. Sure. Avoid is less than the other thing. Just blues are less abundant than purples because of raids. I'm gonna get a bowl of chicken and rice and all that stuff. I'll be right back in just a minute. Down like a clown, Charlie. You guys can see me still. Oh well. Let's see. I don't know if you guys could see my wiener or anything. Just want to make sure you guys can't see my wiener, right? Or me picking my boogers and eating them. Oh man, how rude of you. Oh, I had my camera covered the entire time. I don't think you can see my balls, but very precarious. You can see the giant bottle of lotion. That is only for my OCD. That's only for my OCD. That's funny. I guess you could. Maybe you can see my balls for a second. Can you see my balls? If I get my YouTube account banned, I'll know if you could see my balls or not. Let's see. Instant replay. Can you see my balls? Oh, nope. It looks like I was trying to do that on purpose. Absolutely not. Never. Absolutely never would I ever show my balls on purpose. Unless, of course, you paid me $15. Is this heroic? Same guys from earlier. It's really good, man. That rice is awesome. Very good. I can imagine, dude, if I cooked for somebody else, like they'd probably think like, what the fuck is this guy trying to poison me to death? Why does he put so much salt on everything? Because I'm eating it like how regular people eat it now. I'm thinking like, yeah, dude, I guess people probably thought that I'm trying to poison him or something. Who would have thought? For Spanish rice, all you do is take regular rice and add tomato sauce to it and onions. I guess there's a new fort. They're not able to summon. Seems like they're all there. I'll respec when we zone in or whatever. We got super good gear. Is this heroic? Are you challenging me to a deathmatch? Oh, I thought we did. Primeval here has got... Oh, he can make a mage table though. Maybe. No, he can't. Oh, god damn it, Jerry. I do need to take the time to go get the improved fortitude and all that. The reason is like the way I eat though is everything is the main course. Now the rest of the day, all I'm going to eat is this chicken and rice with tomato sauce, and that like it's good. Don't get me wrong, but 24 hours a day, dude. Oh man. All right, now. Critty Z. Laugh at my dad joke, goddammit. Should have a health stone. Trying to do the Shadow Labs quest so I can get attuned to Karazhan. Remember you heard of her? Big pulls, deep breaths, big pulls. Well, what were we trying to do? Shadow buff. This guy's gonna ask for water all the time. You know, it's weird because I'm like, if I heal at all, I'll get all the aggro, so I have to be careful there. We got there. Arcane. Oh, just a regular damage thing. Cool. That sucks. So they've managed to turn the entire clarity thing into a an anti-Donald Trump thing. Like, go figure. I know it's not anti-Donald Trump, but it's like, well, you have to think. You sit there, can he not be grandfathered in and say, okay, well, after this guy, can we then not do the whatever the fucking thing is? Like, at this point in time, they're like, you're asking basically Congress, what was a percentage of them want him to what, divest and relinquish something he paid for, or earned, or built, or whatever? Like, that's not necessarily fair, considering those are the people that were sitting on their ass not passing this legislation for the last 20 years now, or whatever, you know? Crypto legislation. However many years Bitcoin's been around, is every year they've, effectively have sat on their ass, some more than others, obviously, in the early days or whatever. But the idea is like, well, shouldn't you have been doing this before? Shouldn't you have got this figured out before? Now you're like, well, anticipating, remember, your Satan is trying to run for president, and he's gonna win right here soon or whatever. And you people fucking dicked off the entire Joe Biden administration instead of passing the legislation that you could have now that would have prevented all these things, right? It's like, so are these things that you really want to prevent, or are these things that you want Donald Trump to prevent from doing, right? Like, well, if it were anybody else, they probably wouldn't give a shit. But the fact that it's Donald Trump, they're going to sit there and try and make it a partisan issue, right? It's like, well, in fact, their own ineptitude and being lazy is why it is that there's anything to argue about currently, you know. They say, well, we went, blah, blah, blah. Like, okay, right? It's like you didn't have enough foresight to see, or is it that if it were Joe Biden doing it or Kamala Harris, you wouldn't give a shit? But because it's Donald Trump, now it's a partisan issue, and it's like, okay, well, I know they'll pass the thing eventually. It's just a matter of what is it that they think they can. Yeah, I don't know if they're asking him to divest or what, which is totally not cool. I believe that's unconstitutional if they do ask for something like that. But it's like, had they just done what they were supposed to do this entire time, and only, well, they only suddenly have a mission when it's Donald Trump, right, or a mandate. You couldn't even get them to utter the word cryptocurrency until Donald Trump hopped on board, right? There would never have, in all honesty, as a firebrand as he is, like, well, at least he got Congress moving in the right direction, because we'd all just sitting here like, you mean to tell me that at some point in time, some later administration might pass legislation that makes me being a crypto enthusiast a crime, and you can retroactively prosecute me for it? Right. It's like, yeah, no wonder people are scared to get their toes wet. So at least they're doing something that is like, okay, hammer out the details later, you know. But to sit there and pretend like, well, we're just going to like, once someone said vibe govern, right? Like you're just going to vibe govern it, right? And you mean to tell me I'm supposed to depend on the government vibe governing, and if I get it wrong, I go to prison for it? Yeah, fuck all that. Nope. That's no good. Quite literally spam healing this guy. And the only reason they're arguing about it now is because they refused to do their job, you know, when there was an actual mandate to do their job, not just when Donald Trump's involved, right? Oh no. Stutter and stammer. Didn't necessarily mean to do that, but yeah, well, got caught up on my words for a second. Where's my other potion? This sucks. I'm super right now. But yeah, hadn't Donald Trump gotten involved in crypto, we probably wouldn't be having a Clarity Act. I mean, they probably, maybe. I don't know. It's hard to tell. But if the Democrats see it as a measure to disable Donald Trump from doing anything, is like the only thing that gets them doing anything, you know, it's kind of like, well, because they've been dicking off the last 4 years and had plenty of time to do it. People have been screaming for it since like 2015 for the government to have like an official position on anything, right? Is there a quest up here? I don't know if I did this or not. The car attunement is, there's 3 things for the goddamn car attunement. Shadow Labs, and then there's Steam Vaults and Arcatraz. Yeah. Oh look, those are an upgrade. Wrists. Where's the quest at? It's not Shadow Moon Valley. Are they like these things floating around? Not floating, but you see them like look like candles or something. But it really does seem to be the one thing holding up the bull run. It really does. I know before it was like the Chinese thing, and then that got resolved, and then it wasn't the Chinese thing. And I mean, in all honesty, this shit started with that goddamn DeepSeek training, being able to effectively train their model. You know what I mean? Like this shit started like January of 2025. Like this whole downward slide started with DeepSeek, and then it's been like one thing after another, and then it was the Chinese trade war, tariffs, and then that seemingly got resolved, and then the tariff thing, and now there's more tariffs, and oh my god, dude, give it a rest. It has got to happen eventually. That's what I did yesterday. That's what I did yesterday. I did today too, with rice and all that. the thing is, the fact that they've made it a bipartisan issue or a partisan issue means that they've really reached a conclusion on all the real shit. You know, now it's like, okay, now how do we take a couple jabs at Donald Trump, you know, after it's all said and done is what they want. And that's something that apparently he's willing to fucking give a shit less about it. He's already did his meme coin. What the fuck does he care? Good. More power to him. I hope he launches a whole bunch of meme coins right into the dirt. Everyone crying and screaming. Good. That's what you get for buying meme coins. That is what you get for buying meme coins. Dirt and poop and crying. Eating alone, naked, by yourself, crying. That's what meme coins get you. Now, don't get me wrong. There are some people that say they're making meme coins and they're not actually meme coins that are totally acceptable, but yeah, but can't you just say like, okay, well, from this point forward, instead of whatever they say, but that's also what one news thing says. We don't fucking know if that's true or not. That shit might have been from days ago, you know. It is Saturday, so yeah, there ain't no way that's from today. There's those are plants. The, the soul device, that's what I'm looking for. Those things, I need 5 of those for a quest. It's like more DPS to smite than it is to do shadow. It really is, because all you do is spam one thing. There's not a lot of dots and all that. Good. God damn it, dude. Wow. Slowed. All that shit was lame. Where the fuck is everyone? Where's this guy at? Where are you at? Are you AFK? I guess after this, I'm gonna go for a walk. Get some steps in. Because in all honesty, you would see a situation in which if Trump didn't launch a meme coin, they would have just kicked the can down the road until he did, you know what I mean? I don't know how serious they were about passing any sort of Clarity Act or shit during Trump's election or before or after. I think as soon as he did, though, it mobilized all the Democrats to finally have an opinion, I guess. Seems like it. Seems like it. Oh, fuck. Pull the boss, pull the boss. Just die. Juked him. Juked him. Oh, he's the chosen one. He is the chosen one. Where is the other person to res? Trying to figure out where everybody else is. Anyone? There's Critties at the entrance there. Where is the other person? Anyway. He's the Pally can res also. The Pally was dead, guy. Well, this should be no problem if we don't pull the entire room at the same time. Poop. Fucking jumped on accident. Fucking poop sandwiches. I forget that I didn't wake up at like 1 this morning, so like it's already 2? I'm like, yeah, you didn't wake up at 1 in the morning, that's why. I'm gonna go for a walk after this. I have some imaginary business to take care of. Whole shitload of them in this room. Good. Why the fucking lag? I don't think I've ever had to heal this before, actually, now that I think about it. Probably ASPCA, dude. I ain't letting that guy's fucking Ravager die. I got a soft spot for animals. Robe of Oblivion. I have that already. No, I don't. Let me get those. Those are an upgrade because then I get like a 4-piece, I think. Oh, how'd he die? Did you explode? Did I not pay attention? Derp. That's lame. Yeah, I didn't mean to let that guy die. Glad it's not heroic. It's one of those things. How many people die in heroic to like the at the end of the marathon? They start cheering and shit, and then get blooped and fucking have to delete their character and all that. Cool. I'll be right back. Hello? With your quest log, and we got the soul devices. The next thing is deliver the orders, and they get the arcane container coil thing. Whatever, dude. Oh, look at Brainiac trying to read, right? Showing off in front of everybody. to the chat rod. Went for a walk. Yeah, I could have healed more soon. I don't know, man. I get feared in the opposite direction. I'll fear ward. Oh, I have soul stone. Yeah, I mean, shit. Yeah. Those are kind of tough, man. Like, because even if I stay with him, like, he gets feared. Fear ward him, I guess, you know, but that wasn't like, I mean, I don't know if it would have saved his life or not. He got feared in the opposite direction, and all I can really do is chase him at some point, you know. And if I top him off too soon, like we didn't even have consecrates and stuff down, I end up getting aggro and everything, it seems like. And I was at like 30% mana, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I don't think it's advised to pull both of those on these, at least the water guys. That wasn't my fault. Dodge and everything. Yeah, that was not my fault then both times, because no amount of me like keeping up in there and right there, like shit I can't do about it. You can't pull both of them. I don't think the person meant to either. So right, I thought we would have. Yeah, that wasn't my fault the first time, honestly. Like I did exactly what he asked me to do the last time, even more so, right? Like the thing is though is that I ended up with aggro and everything, which is why I stayed back to begin with. And then as soon as I healed, I had like 4 or 5 things beating on me, and it's like spamming circle of healing or whatever. And kind of lame. Yeah, it's whatever. But it was not a matter of me like keeping up and staying with the tank or anything. That was like I cannot heal that much on top of with fears and everything beating on me. It's like impossible. Unless we like prepare for the pool to begin with like a sheep and like a other thing or whatever. damn it. And even if I fear ward the tank, the other guy's gonna get feared. That one might have been different, but like, the tank needs to pull the shit to where a fear doesn't fear him straight into another pack. That's all. Silly shit. Now if I dispelled the other guy, but like I mean in all reality, like really 50-50 chance of me dispelling the right one. Either way, like the other guy would have gotten feared into the thing. So I guess I gotta fear ward the tank and just try and dispel the other one. It only works for one. We really just need to pull this shit like back to here. Like pull away from, like get these guys here. A sheep on one too if we can. We're gonna do this exactly like we did last time. Which one fears? The Oracle? Siren probably. Now if I get feared though, then we're totally fucked possibly. So can we, the thing there is to pull it to a spot where even if you do get a fear, it doesn't like wipe the raid. That's possible. That is possible to do that. Abigail, are you there? Abigail. Her matron will be a maitre d'. I gotta go underwater and touch this jar. Whatever. I'm revered though, if you're not gonna do heroics. But after this, I'm probably gonna log. I got 2/3 of the attunement done, then Derp. What do you think? Do you think they should let like, retarded people dress in drag? Is that wrong? I think it's wrong to let them dress in drag. Just is. Don't know how it's not against the law, but it isn't. At least in the UK for some reason. It's just wrong. One of those things you see and you go, yeah, it probably should just be against the law. That's all. Retards in drag. But it's well. Such a cool spell. Circle of Healing. Yikes. Well, those are plate mail. I am revered now, so this is technically the last time I have to do non-heroics of anything besides I got a lot to go for Shatar because I just now recently started doing the instances. And then I have Lower City Europe. I'm already revered in Keepers of Time. Don't know how that's possible, but whatever. So I gotta mail all my keys to this character so I don't have to buy all the keys again. That's kind of annoying though. I thought you would be able to just, like it just puts it in your key ring from all, like, so if I have to mail the thing back and forth. Kind of lame. Derp. Well, this looks slightly more risky than it should be. I guess it doesn't matter though. Because he doesn't like drop aggro. He doesn't run to whatever tank. He runs to the closest tank. So. Oh, man, that was rough. Shouldn't have been that rough, but I'm like, I say tank, like we killed the tank on the first one, right? And then the second one, they just did DPS thing. I'm like, tank. He goes, what do you want from me? The tank said that, and I'm like, I said DPS the tank, and they said, what is he like? Is he a Yaya or something? Like, it's a fucking goddamn giant cooler. The only other, what do you mean? Have you not done this before? Seriously? You didn't know what that meant? The tank, the big giant fucking water tank that he's drinking from and going enraged, all that stuff? No. No, fuck me then, right? Whatever. Giant fucking thing in front of you that wasn't healing just a second ago. And then he went enraged and I'm like, what do you want me to do about it? Oh no, no. He's out of stones.